Hello, it's me, mayohosko, and welcome to a Death Star stream. We're going to be talking about the $1,000 Death Star because I have my thoughts about it, and almost everyone else I talk to on a weekly basis also has their thoughts about it, whether they're going to buy it or not, or whether they like the set for what it is or not. So yeah, that's gonna be the main premise of what I want to talk about today, because there's a lot of conversations that can be had from that set, and also I'm no stranger to buying expensive sets, but I won't be buying the $1,000 Death Star because I would rather take $1,000 and spend it on pieces from my Bricklink wanted list instead. And I know a bunch of Bricklink sellers who could give me good shipping rates from buying a bulk load of pieces, because there are always those couple pieces that we always need when we're building mocks, or there's sets that we're or there's sets that from themes that we always buy and build, and there are pieces in those themes that come in a lot of sets. Like if you're a Star Wars builder, you're going to have a lot of grey in your collection because of all the ships that are grey. Or if you're a castle collector, you're going to have a lot of grey. If you're a Friends collector, you're going to have a lot of pink and some purple in there as well. And I'm not. And if you're a Wednesday collector, you're going to have a lot of black. So there are just those colors that are associated with certain themes, and there are pieces that are associated with certain themes. People know that I'm always after the 1x6x5 wall panels for building skyscrapers. So I would rather buy $1,000 worth of those on Bricklink than buy the $1,000 a Death Star set. That's just me, and I know a bunch of mock builders who would also um, rather spend $1,000 on various Bricklink orders than on the Death Star. So who do we have in chat right now? We got Zelda. Hey Zelda, and Owen. Good to see you guys here. Yeah, some people are mad that there's not more than 40 figs in there, because if anyone has kept up with a couple of brickheads, you know they made the meme about 40 fucking figs. And I think that set deserved 40 figs. And there are some Star Wars collectors who say that Lego likes to troll them, perhaps only including 38 minifigures in $1,000 set. Maybe that's maybe that is trolling. Maybe that's part of the conspiracy theory. Who knows? Yes, 42 is a better number than 38. Yeah, because 42 is the answer to the universe. And I actually know someone from the lug in my state that I'm not a part of, who is called 42, because they're also a fan of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So by original Death Star, does that mean the 2005 version, Owen? Yeah. So I'm gonna take myself off the full screen, and we're gonna put the UCS. No, sorry, not the UCS Death Star. The $1,000 Death Star on the screen right now, and I want to see if I can zoom in ever so slightly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so you got the 2005 version. Yes, this is the back. Actually, no, sorry. Technically, this is the front. So I'm guessing for the back, there is some depth to the ball shape of the Death Star. Some people were theorizing that it would be the full the full sphere. Other people were saying if Lego wants to make this playable, where you can where you can interact with the figs inside, then it's got to be half of a sphere, and it looks like Lego went with half of a sphere. So whoever took this photo, they must have put the set. Sorry, they must have put the set on a table, and it's in front of shipping boxes covered in in plastic tarpaulin inside of a warehouse. So I'm not sure where this warehouse is. Who knows? Maybe inside of those boxes behind the set are pallets of boxes of the $1,000 Death Star. Who knows? This is just a picture that circulated out of Reddit. What was it's the Lego Leaks subreddit, and in the hashtag on Reddit it says hashtag light box. So I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, so I'll let people share their own thoughts, and also we have the poll going on in the chat. Um, so where people can cast their vote if they will be buying this set or not. I think I can already predict what the results will be. Hello, Italian Gaming. Good to see you here. So I'm gonna keep a live check of the poll because it'll be interesting to see if there is any yeses or maybes. Yeah, yeah. And as I predicted, 4 votes, 100% no. Um, Hello, Stud City. It's good to see you here, man. Ha! The diorama star. That's a good way of putting it. Let's get that trending. A New York City mock? How big are we talking? Because the island of Manhattan has a lot of really cool places that people have made out of Lego, and a lot of the comic book fans have also done cool stuff with New York City. So what are we talking? I'd be interested to know. And we actually have someone in chat right now who knows how to avoid all of the toll roads in and out of New York City. Curious what the new Zelda set is. Yes, I was watching a Just Too Good video before this stream and talked about how there's going to be 1,000 something piece Zelda set, and also it got leaked that there's going to be a $60 Pokemon set and a $200 Pokemon set. So sounds like adult focused Pokemon sets um, are the two that have been leaked so far. But yeah, I have my own thoughts about Pokemon, but I'll save that to if more people talk about Pokemon. But right now, we're just going to share all of our thoughts about the $1,000 Death Star because well, I have lots of thoughts, and I think I can gradually share them throughout this video because there's a lot to talk about with this set. But honestly, when I see this image, the first thing that comes to my mind is you see the where the radar dish or whatever the terminology is. I'm not a Star Wars fan, so someone who actually knows the terminology can help me. The dish where the lasers come out to blow up Alderaan, they actually modeled the cannon that goes into the dish, like whatever materials or particles is used to create the laser is being centered into it, so the particles or the materials is flowing through into the dish, but they just have they just have that awkwardly placed there, and it's not hooked up to anything that creates the laser. That's like when you have a chimney at the top of a building, but the chimney doesn't go to a fireplace. Like, it just looks weird. Like, that's the first thing that comes to my mind. And also the second thing that comes to my mind is is at the bottom of the sphere, the way they have that Imperial shuttle in the hangar, the way that they have those three figs to the left of it, makes that room actually look quite roomy. It looks quite roomy, so you can tell that they prioritized having rooms inside of the building try to be in scale. I know there's a bunch of the Master Builders sets where not all of the rooms are in scale properly. So at least they made an attempt to give some um some different sized rooms. And something you can see to the left of the hangar is they have what looks like the 4x4 by 5 or 4x4 by 6 curved wall pieces. I forget the dimensions exactly. They're stacked on top of each other to make it look like, yeah, that's the central column inside of the Death Star. But then that makes it even more bleedingly awkward that the barrel that goes up to the dish to focus the laser onto Alderaan, that's not going anywhere. So that just makes it look so awkward. Hello, cheap ass bricks. Good to see you here. Yeah, some people do not like this set. So everyone, feel free to express your thoughts because I'm just kind of gradually going through my thoughts as I see them. Let's check on the poll again. Yeah, 6 votes, 100% no. 100% no. I will I will do something if I see a yes or a maybe in that poll. I'm not sure yet, but I'll do something. What's the chat saying? Okay, so you're gonna build Manhattan. Uh Hope it's not a Triforce or sword or display type. Need a play set or something with the minifigures. Yes, I prefer the play sets because to me, the magic of Lego is being able to build something that you can play with, i.e., using the minifigures to interact with the set, which is something you can do with this Death Star. The problem is there enough there to play with that warrants this set costing $1,000? Stud says avoided the highway tolls for decades, but that's because I commuted into New York City from Southern Connecticut until I finally moved to New York. Yeah, those toll roads in and out of New York are crazy. Italian Gaming says I'm planning on starting at the One World Trade Center first in Brick Studio. Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, because I think the mayor, well, each mayor of New York has intentionally made the tolls more crazy to get more people to travel by train into New York City. The problem with everyone going in by train is they're constantly having to do maintenance with with Amtrak and the Long Island Railroad because the infrastructure is getting so old. Hey Dina, good to see you here. Yup. I know people in New York that complain that it takes just as long to get through Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn than it does to get from 101st Street to 161st Street now. It's crazy. It's not just Manhattan anymore. All of New York is getting congested. Hello, Silent Mode. Good to see you here, buddy. That's another way. That's another good way of putting it. So we got the wall organizer for the Death Star, and we've got the diorama star for the Death Star. We're getting some creative names for this overpriced set right now. That's funny. People saying hello to each other. 1,000 smackers can buy a lot of mock parts and figs. Exactly. That's my point. I would rather buy, say, $500 worth of the 1x6x5 wall panels to $200 worth of windows, which in yes, sorry, $200 worth of the window frames, another $200 worth of the window panes, and $100 worth of the 6x16 plates, all for a total of $1,000, then buying the $1,000 Death Star. I think there's a lot of combinations of either parts if you're a mock builder or sets if you're a set builder that people might rather buy if they had the money than the $1,000 Death Star. Silence says anyone who buys this set needs their abs whooped. Zelda says, I think the Death Star is an interesting design, but not needed for over 600 even if it has whatever part count. Yeah, some people thought that the $800... No, sorry, some people thought that the $700 Millennium Falcon was too far. No, sorry. People thought that the $800 Millennium Falcon was too far. Other people thought that the $850 AT-18 was too far. Now we're getting the $1,000 Death Star. Southern Connecticut had tolls When Stud was a kid, tri-state area is just expensive. Yep. And they try to make it expensive on purpose to get you to buy a ticket for Amtrak because Amtrak is run by the federal government. uh, but is there a gonk droid? Yeah, the gonk droid fans. I haven't heard their thoughts about it. Maybe because there isn't one in this set. I don't know. Um, that's another creative name, the Death Stud. Because um, is this a stud or is this a dud? And if you remember that shit, you get a veterans discount. Hey Cliff, good to see you here, buddy. And long time no see to Joseph D27. Long time no seeing. It's good to have you back, buddy. Everyone's saying hello. Joseph says, if I come up with an extra few $1,000s for unknown places, I might would buy it. Yeah, because if only everyone had a spare $1,000, which I do, just hanging around not doing anything. See, I have 8 times. I have almost 9 times $1,000 just sitting in my bank account right now, but I'm not going to be buying this. Would be interesting to see whether there are unique parts in this set. I haven't heard any talk about that, but I'm sure if someone does end up reviewing this, they'd be sure to detail that information. Let's check the poll again. Oh my god, we got a maybe. We got a maybe vote. Who voted for maybe? Whoever voted for maybe, are you willing to confess or do you want to stay anonymous? Because we got a maybe. That's interesting. Yeah, my parents are waking up. Oh, so it was you, maybe. Maybe it's in a hypothetical universe. Because hypothetically, if we had $1,000, I think more people might say that. But realistically, there's only probably a handful of people in the community who wouldn't have that kind of money lying around. Who knows? Maybe there are some secret cryptocurrency investors who have made out like bandits, with day by day trading that might have the clams to buy this. Because as cool as it looks, I have enough problems with it where I wouldn't ever consider buying it. That's just me. And something else I want to talk about with this is that you see the way that they got the curvature at the bottom of this bowl. It's like they got the one angle per floor, because it looks like if I try to imagine putting a protractor over this box, yeah, I'm trying to imagine if I put a protractor in front of this box. That looks like how would that be? It looks like it goes from it looks like it transitions on the side, the widest point of the diameter of the Death Star, which is a right angle. Looks like it then goes to a 60 degree or a 70 degree angle to a 50 degree angle. and then underneath that, it gets to a 30 degree angle, and then you can just barely see at the bottom. Looks like it gets to a 20-degree angle, and then another right angle. I wish there was slightly more curvature in that ball. I wish instead of going at the 20-degree increments, that they went at 10-degree increments to get more of a circle shape. I'm always looking forward to seeing people's city updates. Stud says, I would honestly buy that Milky Way wall display set over this. This set has crazy mock parts. No, sorry. That set has crazy mock parts and looks like a fun build. Yeah, that's something else. Let me go find a picture of that. That's on lego.com. Let me go find the Milky Way. And also, does everyone know that they brought back the gift with purchase of the upscaled Space Baby? Gonna find the Milky Way on lego.com. And at least in my country, it's temporarily out of stock. So I was gonna stop sharing this. Where am I? Okay, go there and solo. Yeah. So my question was, who knows that they, who knows that that set is available again right now? Yeah. So I've got pictures of the Milky Way. So I'm gonna share the Milky Way. This is what the Milky Way wall art set looks like. So here's another question. So how much money does the Milky Way set cost? Lego Milky Way. Lego Milky Way. I want to Google US dollars. So it looks like in the US, this Milky Way set is $200. So here's another question. Would you rather buy the $1,000 Death Star or 5 of this Milky Way? Would you rather get 1 of the $1,000 Death Star or 5? Sorry, or 5 of this Milky Way set? I'll let people stare at the Milky Way for the next 50 seconds. So Dina would rather 5 of the rather 5 of the Milky Ways. Silent says, if building something, 5 Milky Ways. If reselling the Desta apartments. That's another name. We're just exploding with alternate names for the $1,000 Desta. Stud says the Milky Way set has a lot of interesting parts when you really look at it closely. Well, we can look at it a little bit more closely. Not only can we put it on full screen, but we can also zoom in. And some of those interesting pieces are you get the white version. So yeah, I think that's all we can zoom in. We get the white version of the grass / flower stem. We get the lavender version of the 3-leaf piece. And coming off to the side here, We get the light aqua version um of that what is it? Of the small flower stem piece. I'm not sure which I'm not sure how to describe it. But and it looks like we also get vibrant coral versions of the three leaf piece. Yeah, so when you actually zoom in here, there's sorry about that. There's quite some interesting parts. What's going on here? God damn it! I think I'm zooming in the wrong spots. And then some other parts that in here that I can see, you get the medium azure hairbrush. You get the trans the trans purple 2x2 parabola dishes with the speckles in it. You get the light bluish grey binoculars. You also get the regular bright pink version of the three leaf piece. You get you get the dark pink wavy flags. Sorry. So there's a bunch of cool pieces in here when you look at it closely. I'll stop sharing that, and we'll go back to the Death Star. Let me get this. Let me get the Death Star back on screen. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah. Zelda chooses the third option, pay for food and bills. Yeah, like a reasonable person. Yeah, there was also some white crowns in there. Lots of interesting pieces in the Milky Way set. More than meets the eye when you just look at the images. Um, oh, how many? Um, oh, we got someone who voted yes. We got one person who voted yes. If you would like to confess your yes vote, or if you want to stay anonymous, the decision is yours. So some more of my analysis about this is the way that they positioned the minifigures inside of this. You notice that some of them are on their side, and I think that's Stud Sidious will like it when I say this. I think it's a marketing strategy to make the figures look more smaller inside of each room when they have them on their side. You notice that for some of the bigger rooms, like the hangar where the Imperial shuttle is, they have the minifigures facing the outside of the set. But with some of the small rooms, they have them on their side to make the minifigure look smaller inside of a small room. So that's something else I noticed. And also looks like there's two navigational lights on each of the curved panels. So you got it looks like, well, at least on camera I can see two on the left side and two on the right side. I'm not sure about the top or the bottom because that's kind of cut off. But I'm not sure if that's canonical to the Death Star. But something I'll be asking is if they're just regular trans red pieces, because the box art makes it looks like it glows, which I would not expect it to glow. So perhaps that'll be some false advertising. Hello, Randucci. Good to see you here, buddy. Says I don't like how the shuttle looks either. Yeah, and that's something that people will complain about, is that the way that they got the shuttle kind of cornered in to the right side of the hangar to make the left side of the hangar, where the minifigures are standing at the bottom, they wanted to emphasize how tall the hangar is, but also and Stud Cities were like this again. It's a marketing strategy to make the room look bigger than what it actually is. So whoever Lego charged with posing some of the builds inside of these rooms, they paid careful attention to composition. But anyone who ever succeeded in art class knows how people can use composition to their advantage, or to make something look no sorry or they can use composition to trick people's eyes. And I think the stages for this picture at the back of the box used composition very well to make this set look bigger than what it actually is. And so I think people who are smart enough can see past that and question the decisions they've made, like what some people in the chat have done. They have questioned this. Good morning, Johnny. Yeah. Zero Ewoks. Hive will be over the end all moon about that. Yes, he will. So who wants to start singing the Nub Nub song in chat now? Because I don't know how it goes, and I will not be singing it on this stream. I don't want the ghost of George Lucas to tell me how much of a bad singer I am. But in terms of my singing ability, there's a Weird Al parroting of Empire State of Mind, where instead of saying and this very loosely relates to what myself, Italian Gaming, and Stud were talking about earlier. Instead of in that Weird Al song, instead of saying in New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of, they say in Star Wars, Empire is trying to find Leia. I just thought I'd put that out there. So Johnny's driving. Yeah, he'd be over the end all moon about that. Yeah. And so, you know, I have to do a double take with this picture every time I see it, just to reformulate some of my thoughts. And I'm actually going to open up this same picture in a different in a different tab, so I can try to get more close-ups that I can't do with StreamYard for some reason, the way that the format is on StreamYard. Yeah, I have the I have who is it? I'm blanking on the names. Crap. Oh my god, I am so dumb I'm so dumb right now. I had a brain fade. Yeah. I have the Jay-Z version of that song and the Alicia Keys version of that song on my MP3 player. And whenever And whenever I listen to that song, I think of people like Stud Sidious. Are the lizard people among us right now? Yeah, so let's see the $1,000 Death Star. I wanna because there was some guy on Facebook that um posted pictures of it, and I didn't want to use that on my stream, but I am going to use it to take a closer look at it independent of StreamYard, just so I can zoom in a little bit closer. There's something because I can zoom in more on Facebook than I can on Reddit. So there are some things I do like about this set. What I do like about this set is the way, well, even though they sliced this in half, like those cut in half mocks that you see at Lego conventions, they in the areas where they cut where the designer cut this sphere in half, at least they made the attempt to put some greebling on the walls to make it look presentable. Some of the wires that would go throughout the walls for the lighting and the power generation, etc. I do like that they put that little bit of greebling on the side of there, and Star Wars sets are known for their greebling, so I like that. Um, and if anyone knows some of my well, if anyone's talked to me about a mock building, you know how much I like greebling, and I do like the way that they got the minifigure that I do like the way they got the minifigures posed inside of the conference room. I like the way that the conference room looks. I do like that. I also like the way they got Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker posed, swinging in the room where um, the machine that controls the tractor beam is. I do like the way they got that set up with Obi-Wan on trying to scale around that small edge, and the stormtrooper that eventually falls out of that chute. I do like the way they got that set up. Um, and I also, and I can't remember where I read this, but someone pointed out that they recycled the same build from Palpatine's throne room to the top right of the Death Star. Some people can see that as a bad thing. I'm gonna put almost a positive spin on it, just because I like the way that they incorporated, what is it, the hexagonal shape of the void behind Palpatine into this set. I think that's good composition. However, what I think is bad composition is where I talked about how they have the curved wall panels going up the wall like a central shaft. That gets broken up with the room that's to the right of the room at the top left, where they have at the barrel for the laser dish. They just got that awkwardly put off to the side. I'm not sure if that's canonical or not, but I think that looks awkward. I personally think that looks awkward. What are people saying? The old Weird Al Star Wars song is pretty funny too. Exactly. I first heard it when I was on work experience in high school. I worked for our school's IT department. Those were good days. Those were good days. Long time no see, Dario. Good to see you here, buddy. We need to buy two so we can make a whole one. Yes, if anyone is cares that much, they could spend $2,000 and do that. They could spend $2,000 and do that. Take care, Randucci. Zelda says Barador was better. It had a kitchen. This doesn't even have a vending machine or break room for the staff. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything like that, so that's good. That's that's another thing that people can complain about. When I think of the concept of a break room in the Death Star, I think about the Phineas and Ferb Star Wars episode where instead of focusing on Han Solo, they focused on a a competitor smuggler to Han Solo that was played um by Isabella, and it was essentially a girl version of Han Solo, and she stole the Millennium Falcon from Han Solo in the Phineas and Ferb Star Wars, and then somehow she was able to put a cloaking device on that craft, so that when they got caught in the tractor beam to go inside of the Death Star, they um and they disguised themselves as a food truck, and they claimed that they were shipping an order of coffee and donuts for the stormtroopers and the Imperial officers to sneak in to the Death Star. I thought that was really funny because Phineas, who was playing um a fellow farm boy that wasn't Luke Skywalker, just another farm boy, was felt some um felt some empathy for the Imperial officers and the stormtroopers, that they weren't actually bringing them coffee and donuts. Because if you have to have a hydrogen farm just to get the water out of the atmosphere, to get your water source in the desert of Tatooine, then you're not gonna um you're not just you're not just always gonna have a food source at you. You have to work for your food in the desert, whether it's Tatooine or whether it's Jakku. I don't know why that couldn't have just been fucking Tatooine in the sequels. Just more weird choices by Disney Star Wars that I can't explain, and I don't think too many other people can explain. But yeah, those are just some random tidbits I think about when people think about food sources on the Death Star. I also saw someone mentioning that they recycled one of the builds for the trash compactor in this thing. It could be these pictures, but I'm not seeing anything about a trash compactor in here. Is anyone else? Is that building? What is that room at the bottom left? Is that supposed to be the trash compactor? Maybe. Maybe it's supposed to be the trash compactor. Um. Hmm. Let me run some math here. We got 14 votes now. 64% for no, 14% for maybe, and 21% for yes. So let's run the math on that one. 14 times 0.21. Yeah. So we got 3 votes for yes on the Death Star. We got 3 votes for yes. And I think 2 of those people are choosing to stay anonymous. And also, if you are in the jungle and you have an invite to come onto this stream right now, Stud says, pretty sure Lego will keep this on shelves for a very long time and slowly drop the price like they did with the UCS Falcon. You know the 2 words, Mayo? Marketing strategy! Can definitely see them doing that. A few dioramas and sets are recycled in this bit. No, sorry, in this, but adjusted a bit. Yeah, I was reading some stuff like that, which it makes sense. If you've got a good enough design, why not use it in a grandiose set like this? That's kind of like if so with the Home Alone house. Actually, no, here's a better thing. So when they came out with the Harry Potter theme in 2001, they sold a lot of classroom sets, and you could stack those classrooms on top of each other to form your own Hogwarts castle. That was that was independent of being able to buy a Hogwarts castle. And I would have assumed that after they made those separately sold classrooms, they would have used either identical builds or very similar builds from those classroom sets in the actual Hogwarts castle sets. Because if you got a design that works, keep using it if it works. And also something I'm going to complain about is that at the top, the very top room of this Death Star is just R2D2 sitting in a room, not doing anything. He's just there. He's just standing around, and it looks like an empty room with nothing else in there but the walls and R2D2. I think that's a waste of a room. Are you telling me they couldn't put more details in there? It's just R2D2 sitting there, not doing anything. Why? That's such a waste of space. Such a waste. And I'm looking on more of the box art. They got a picture that's for one of the flaps of the box, where they actually show the Death Star prop from the movies, and that's kind of rubbing salt into the wounds because you're not getting the full sphere. You're getting half a sphere. Or, as Johnny says, Star Wars circle. You're just getting a circle. It's not the whole sphere. Hello, YOLO X. Good to see you here, buddy. Yeah, so like R2D2 is just sitting there. He's just standing around. He's just standing around, not doing anything. He's just there. And he's probably in that he was probably just shoehorned into that picture to give the illusion that there's something in that room, but there's nothing. It's just the walls and R2D2 is just there, just taking up space. Like, they really couldn't have put another droid in there. They couldn't have put, like, a mouse droid, which this might, if you're a Star Wars fan, or if you're not a fan but you can appreciate what Star Wars has done for the moving industry for almost half a century, you might either spit out your coffee or fall out the back of your chair when I say that the mouse droids are my favorite robots in Star Wars. I like them more than the astromechs. I like them more than C-3PO. Like it more than whatever class of droid that a BB-8 is. I like it. I like it more than whatever the droid class K2SO and the Droidica is, more than the spider droids. The mouse droids are my favorite robots in Star Wars. Like, they couldn't have put just a couple of mouse droids in the same room as R2D2. Nope, just have R2D2 just standing there doing nothing. Like, that's inexcusable in my opinion, and it's not selling the set well. Hey Scott, good to see you here, buddy. There's an invite in the jungle if anyone wants to come on. Ah, that's another creative name. The UCS cheese wheel. See, everyone in chat, we're coming up with a bunch of creative names for this. YOLO says super unsafe. It's only a slice, and you could fall off the side because it's half a sphere. Oh, except in the Emperor's room. Yes, I'm here, just hanging out with a picture of the $1,000 Death Star. Let's go back to the poll and see what the vote is like. So we got 18 votes now. Still looks like those three people have voted for yes. So we know one person who said yes, and I'm gonna have to do some kind of a reaction to that now. We got 11% for maybe, and the majority, 72%, is no. That sucks. Did they send you an email with the reason why? The death wheel is lit, but not for that price. Yeah, there's a lot to like about this, a lot to not like about this. So did they not send you an email of why? That's because if not, that's really bad. Because I know someone else who has also been suspended for a false flag, and they got an email. So when you log into Instagram, does it give you a reason why? Because you might want to find another avenue to talk to someone about that. That sounds really tragic. So you're just thinking about quitting Instagram then? Because I know someone else who is also considering quitting it because of improper use of the reporting system. Yeah, I'm looking at more pictures of this, and I just noticed that in the room that's supposed to be where the trash compactor is, there's a gear at the bottom left, and there's a build with one of the printed eyes from Dreams sets. I'm not sure what that eye is supposed to be. Yeah, that really sucks. I'm just looking at other things because I think I've gone over a lot of heavy thoughts about this. I've got the majority of my thoughts, which are mostly complaints about this set. So 19 votes. 74% no, 16% yes, and 11% for maybe. So I'll wait 5 more minutes and see if anyone new comes in. But if not, then I'll end the stream at 1.25 hours. Yolo says, "Hello, friends. Once again, we are adding another cube to the Death Star habitat." Yeah, yeah. I wanna see some of the habitat builders make habitats for different scenes on on the Death Star, and see how many rooms they can build for them spending $1,000 on parts. Because I bet they could make more rooms in habitat form than the amount of rooms that we're getting with this set. So let's go back to the top and see and try to recap some of the nicknames we came up for this. as jokes. Um, I think for people that really like Star Wars, there will be thousands of people who will just straight up say this, like what cheap ass bricks did. And I'll be laughing at this forever. Don't need $1,000 wall organizer. So that was the first. That was the first name. I think that was the first name. No, sorry. The first name was the Diorama Star. The Diorama Star. Then the $1,000 wall organizer. What else? What were the other names? Um, what were some of the others? Let me go through here. Yeah. Um, yeah. Then there was the Desta apartments. Then there was the Star Wars Circle, the UCS Cheese Wheel. Yeah, I think those were the big names that we came up with. Quick, let's flip the Death Star and we'll see who goes first. I'm not sure what that means. The Flat Star, that's another name. That would be funny. That would be really funny. You can tell that Johnny likes pizza. The Star Pizza, that's another name. Howdy, General. Good to see you here, buddy. Do you have any thoughts about the UCS? No, I want to say UCS. The $1,000 Death Star. Because I've given my thoughts about this for the past 1 hour and 9 minutes. It's a coin. The death coin, maybe. Yeah, and I like seeing viewers here too. Do you have any thoughts about this? We got the poll going on. It's a trap. Was Admiral Akbar ever in the Death Star? Someone can let me know about that. Got more votes for no. So we still got just those three votes. We got 20 votes in this poll. So thank you everyone for voting. And I saw that we just ticked past 10 likes. So thank you very much. Yes, that's good. Currency name the death doubloons. See, there's all sorts of creativity the Lego community could come up with. Yeah, so every time we see either new names in the chat or new conversations, will keep on extending this by 5 minutes at a time. Yeah, so if anyone missed out on some of my thoughts about this, I commented on some of the rooms. I commented on the amount of the minifigures. I commented on how on some of the angles of of the curvature. Um, I commented on the composition of the placement of the builds and the minifigures within the rooms. And I also commented on some of the greeblings. So if anyone wants to hear those full thoughts, they can go back and watch this stream on the replay. General says, I just can't stand that the weapon has no guts to it, no reactor, and it's as stunted as can get. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It looks like they try to do something with the reactor, but it's so small you can barely notice it. Which room did we lose? Yeah, because when it's only half half a sphere, there's only so much you can do with it because it's not a full sphere, which is why if anyone remembers the Simpson episode where Marge became an erotic baker and she started baking cakes that were in the shapes of rods, tubes, and spheres. She ended up baking a lot of half spheres for certain innuendo, which is why I think I'm going to go with the name a death ass for this. That's going to be my nickname, the death ass, because some of the interior details are um are ass, and if you know what the shape of a butt cheek looks like, just imagine two of those butt cheek shapes side by side. Kind of looks like the shape of this. So on the spot, I have decided I'll be referring to this as as either the death ass or alternately the the $1,000 ass cheek. The $1,000 ass cheek. Death Roomba. That's another name. See, we could do this for hours and hours. Yolo says, I don't know, but Spider-Man closes the door, the Death Star falls off the wall, everyone goes nuts. Yeah, some of the new Spider-Man sets they've come out with are actually pretty cool. And so cool that we're actually going to stop sharing this. And I'm gonna put myself back on the full screen. And I want to very quickly go over lego.com to see some of that. I'm gonna go to lego.com and I'm gonna search Spider-Man in the search bar. And I'm gonna specifically look for at the top. Actually, yeah. Gonna specifically look at the new Spider-Man buildings and one of the set that I really like. Just gonna briefly talk about it. Not in high details or anything, but this is the Oscorp. I like the look of these buildings. Also, we got the Peter Parker's apartment. I like the look of this building too. Now I could care less for some for some of the side builds, like all their flying accessories. I don't care about that. More so care about the buildings. This convenience store has a nice interior, and it's got a decent exterior, but it feels kind of awkward with there not being a roof on top. There was something else. Was there? Thought there was one more building. I guess not. But something I'm actually considering buying because I'm a train fan is the Spider-Man train set. Because that looks like something I could modify for a coach of one of the Amtrak trains. I wanna I, I wanna build. And also, I like the way that they use those grey windows in there. So yeah, I'm considering buying this, the Spider-Man verse a Doc Ock subway train scene. So I am considering whether I buy this because it's a train set. I liked the original version of this that came out when the Tobey Maguire movies were in theaters. So I am considering buying that. And also very quickly just going to go to the Star Wars theme. And I want to give very very basic thoughts about this. Overpriced, 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 but the least overpriced out of this whole wave. Overpriced. Why is this like 20% more expensive than the version they did for this 4 years ago? Is inflation really that bad? Overpriced. Yeah, that was I haven't heard too many people talking about this. And this is just way overpriced. Lego is milking it with the yellow on those troopers. They are milking this. Absolutely milking it. And I know that the Juggernaut is even more overpriced, but the overpricing looks worse, in my opinion, with a battle pack. Like, come on, this could have been half the size, half the price, and I think less people would have complained about it. But clearly, that's all about the money, and it just makes me want to roll my eyes. And I will name drop Skywen, who makes really good Q&A videos and is a part of the Building and Chatting podcast. And he makes the best jokes. Well, he makes my favorite jokes about Lego Star Wars, and you really see his humor in his Q&A series called ASA. You should go subscribe to Skywen. Just search Skywen Lego in your YouTube browser, or you might already be subscribed to Skywen. Puts out my favorite comedy about Lego Star Wars. He is on record saying that he would like to buy other things, but he can't because he's committed to buying only Star Wars. And he is a day one buyer, and he even buys the 4+ sets. And he says, "I know it's overpriced, but I'm still gonna buy it." Like there are people like that out there, and the fact that some collectors love Lego and Star Wars and therefore love Lego Star Wars so much that they're willing to say that says a lot about the passion they have. One day I want to create a Venn diagram with Lego fans, Star Wars fans, and Lego Star Wars fans. Because if you really think about it, I think they are entirely different people. There are a few people who cross into multiple of those Venns, but I firmly believe the majority of people in the Lego community don't. Because I am not a Star Wars fan. I am not a Lego Star Wars fan. I am a Lego fan. And when you look at the Lego Star Wars community, over 80% of people I talk to in the Lego Star Wars community, they don't talk about other Lego unless that's a part, unless it's good for their business to talk about it. There's very few Lego Star Wars fans who I know are also Lego fans. Probably 95% of my Star Wars bros would cross the Venn diagram into both being a Lego Star Wars fan and a Lego fan, and maybe that's why they're my Star Wars bros. But I watch a lot of Lego YouTube content, and I've ventured into other realms on social media where people talk about specific Lego themes, and that's a part of my research is that you can create a Venn diagram about that. I wouldn't think there wasn't a Venn diagram to be had about that if I didn't see years worth of evidence. So I salute anyone if you're a Lego fan, a Star Wars fan, or a Lego Star Wars fan. I salute you if you cross into other Venns of that diagram. I salute you. What are people saying in chat? There's some good things going on. Zelda says, finally get Craven the Hunter for what? The second time? Yeah, there's a bunch of characters for a bunch of IPs that have gone years without a minifigure. I remember when people got excited about the Wolverine mech from the early 2020s. We're in the mid 2020s now because they hadn't made a Wolverine in a while. 3-1 with Spot, another Hobgoblin, and then Oscorp with Craven. Is there a fourth? I'm not sure about that. Also, yeah, that's what Zelda says. And then Yolo says graffiti trains. Yes, I could totally see someone buying one of those grey bricks that Eclipse Graphics sells and using one of those graffiti bricks for that Spider-Man train. I could totally. It's Disney. Exactly. Investors want growth each quarter, and that's why inflation exists. Or at least that's part of the reason why. System, Technic, Bionicle, Star Wars, the four nations used to live in harmony until the Ninjago nation attacked. That's a reference to Avatar: The Last Airbender. If anyone doesn't know, I like I like that. Hey, Brick Hive, good to see you here, one of my fellow Star Wars bros. And Brick Hive is one of my Star Wars bros because he's not just a Lego fan, he's not just a Star Wars fan, he's not just a Lego Star Wars fan, he crosses all three of those in the Venn diagram. So I don't think that's an accident that Brick Hive's one of my Star Wars bros. Yes, and I know that you own some of the graffiti bricks from Eclipse Graphics. What about Friends, YOLO? Yeah, so my point about the Star Wars wave is that they're all way overpriced, and yeah, they're way overpriced. So let's go back to the Death Stars, shall we? So Hive, I'm sure you'll be sharing your thoughts if you haven't already about the $1,000 Death Star on Pure Rant Fury. Friends is a hitter now that we saved it from almost dying. Yeah, I know for a while Friends was plateauing. And I think when they came out with the second generation of Friends, that reinvigorated some of the creativity within the Friends theme, because it was around the time of the second generation of Friends where they expanded upon the Main Street concept, and I'm so glad that they made that into a series, because I will tell everyone right now that I am in the process of editing a whole video with over $1,000 worth of Lego, and if anyone wants to see the big sets I got in my home, spanning June and July, I'd be happy to show it on camera if anyone wants to see some of the big sets. But I did buy the newest addition to the Friends Main Street, which is the third installment, because I will be collecting that series until they stop making that series. Nice. I'll look forward to that on Pure Rant Fury, which is at 12 a.m. Eastern every Saturday morning. 12 a.m. Eastern. Which is the best way for all my American friends to fall asleep on Friday night. And if anyone understands that, that's sarcasm, because rants will only want to wake people up. And I like to eat lunch to Pure Rant Fury. So what are some other people saying? So General said some stuff. It's all overpriced. So the only thing you'll consider is the speeder. So you're a Trekkie waiting for the Enterprise. Star Wars has been more and more of the same, and that's probably my biggest problem with Lego Star Wars is the constant recycling of the same vehicles over and over again. It's the same problem I have with Lego City and Ninjago and Marvel. And they don't do it as much anymore with friends, but they used to do it a lot with friends. Yeah, whenever Lego finalizes, well, whenever their contract for Star Trek starts, there's so many things Lego could do with a Star Trek theme, and there are people in chat who own some of the Blue Bricks Star Trek sets, and they could attest to all of the potential Lego has with the Star Trek theme. General doesn't just stick to one theme or another. Every theme has come out with something good at one point or another, except the Galidor. That was just weird. Yes, it was weird, and I agree with that statement. I am not. Well, I haven't dedicated myself to one theme in particular. I've dedicated myself to builds I like from a bunch of different themes. So, for an example, I'll buy space sets, but I'll more than likely buy the neoclassic versions of older space sets like the Galaxy Explorer and the Blacktron Cruiser, a gift with purchase, and the Blacktron Renegade if they come out with a neoclassic version of the M-Tron Stellar Recon Voyager, or the Ice Planet to Deep Freeze Defender, or one of the UFO flying saucers. I'd buy that. I collect all the straight buildings for the modulars, except for the bookshop. I did not like the bookshop. I collect all the freight trains. If there's a castle I like that's not just a square, I'll most likely buy it. There are a bunch of different sets from a bunch of different themes that have a lot of sand green. Sand green is my favorite Lego color, so if it has a bunch of sand green, I'll be interested in buying it. Like the new Creator 3-in-1 Haunted House, I want to buy that because that has a lot of sand green in it. But I want to show you a picture of Galidor with what the General Tron was talking about, to show how weird it actually is. And Jane made a review of a Galidor set. I think a couple years ago now, that truly encapsulates how weird it is and why people still clown on it to this day. Just have to wait for the ads to roll by. Yeah, there's a picture, or there's a scene at the end of it, at the end of the video. So the video, he re-uploaded it onto his James Lego review channel. The video is called "Why Is This Lego Galidor Unboxing and Reviews Nick Bluetooth Gens and Nepal and Shimmel re-upload." And I want to go to the exact. I want to get you guys the timestamp for if you guys want to see this for yourself. Just waiting. Yes. So I want to take the $1,000 Death Star off the screen, and I want to go to YouTube and I want to share the picture of the video from Jang, and I want to put this onto the full screen. I want to put this onto the full screen, and on my YouTube browser, I want to put this into full screen. I'm going to have the volume muted, and you can just see how awkward and weird and crazy and bizarre and uncanny this official Lego suggestion for a Galidor set is. I'll just sit in silence while Jane tries to grasp the horror of what you're about to see. Isn't that creepy as hell? I'm just going to leave that on the screen. Isn't that creepy as hell? General says Galidor could be erased from history, and I wouldn't miss it. A lot of people would say that. Hello, good morning, Lego Team B. Always good to see you waking up with me on London, in the chat of London Calling. Classic Space and Classic Castle have had some nice refresh starters, but they need to bring the themes back. Exactly. There's still so much potential. Yes, whether it's Lego's original IPs, whether it's the themes that they're doing right now, concepts for sets that they're just not doing. Like, can we please get a re-release of the Master Builders Ewok Village, please? I would be first in line. I would be a day one purchaser when they decide to bring back the Ewok Village in the MBS scale. And I was an early buyer because one of the retailers put out the Ferrari F40 Speed Champions early. I bought that set before it was supposed to be released. One of the retailers in Australia didn't follow the street dates properly. Even the names Nick Bluetooth and Allegra. Okay, so we have an earpiece and an allergy medicine. Handsome. Yeah, the people who designed this must have been on drugs. That can be the only answer. Yolo says, it taught kids how to parts draft. Imagine all the techniques you used to build everything right now. It didn't exist. I think it's something like that. Also, Lego's trying to compete with Beast Wars and Talking Power Rangers. Yeah, there was a lot of strange decisions with the Galidor theme, and the fact that there was this as an official idea suggestion proves how questionable it was. So here's a question for all of y'all. Would you rather have 100 of these combo builds? Would you rather have 100 of this amalgamation you could build from a Lego Galidor sets? Would you rather have 100 of these in your collection right now? Take a good final look at your screen. Would you rather have 100 of this right now, or the $1,000 Death Star? Which would you rather have? 100 of that, or 100 of this? No, so or one of this. Yeah, that's a memory. That's a memory from the Halloween stream. Would you rather have 100 of that Galatron? No, sorry, No, what did I just say? Rather have 100 of that to Galidor, what the fuck, or one of these $1,000 Death Stars. The choice is yours. Speaking of the choice is yours, what are the votes saying? What are people saying in the votes? So we got 25 votes. We actually got more votes for yes now. So it's gone up by 2 votes. 20% of 25 is 5. So there are 5 people who have watched this stream today who will be buying the $1,000 Death Star. So we already had one confirm their yes vote. If the four other Slim Shadies voted yes, please stand up. So we got 5 votes for yes. And I'm going to have to come up with some kind of reaction because I think 5 votes out of 25 on a YouTube live stream poll, I think that deserves some kind of reaction from me. So if anyone has any ideas for how you would want me to react to that, whether it's a slow motion jaw drop, whether it's a slow motion of me spitting out my coffee, I'm fielding ideas from anyone. I'll field ideas from anyone. Yeah. So General voted no. Got to stand on principle. So 72% of 25? Because that's how many voted no. 72% of 25 is 18. So 18 was 17 other voters are thinking the same as you. YOLO says, for real, I'm glad Peep's gonna get this. The wall commitment. Exactly. The wall hanger, if we go back up in the chat to what Cheap Ass Brick said at the start of the stream. Where is it? Yeah, because he came in saying horrible set. And then a couple minutes later after that, he said, don't need $1,000 wall hanger, which is probably the funniest thing that anyone has said in these comments today. YOLO says, I have no space on my walls, so I like when people hang Lego on their walls. See, that was my mentality when I bought my orange storage drawer units. Because I used to store Lego very primitively in a whole bunch of different containers, mostly were tackle boxes and jewelry bead boxes for DIY arts and crafts, etc. And I realized, hey, I would rather use floor space to walk around and for Lego exhibits, like my Lego sitting, for example, which is now on IKEA tables. I would rather use the floor space for that. And so when I came to that decision about my Lego collection, I realized I was going to have to spend hundreds of dollars to use wall space, which is free, so I could gain floor space, which is at a premium. I decided if I wanted to be a more efficient mock builder, if I couldn't buy real estate on my floor, I would have to buy real estate on my wall, which is why. So with the orange storage drawer units, I bought four packs on eBay that were $140. Because the regular retail of those orange storage drawer units, at least from how I bought them on eBay, I think the 39 drawer ones were $39, and I think the 60 drawer ones were 42. So if you bought them as a 4-pack combo for 140, let's do the math here, because I think, yes, I own a 50-50 split. So let's do the math here. Got 39 times 2 plus 42 plus 42. That's $162 if you buy them individually. So I was saving $22 by buying them as a four pack. And to my knowledge, I think I own 24 of them. So 24 divided by 7, 24 divided by 4. Yeah, 24 divided by 4 is 6 times 140. That's $840. So that's how much I spent for all of my storage drawers. And then I personally didn't spend all of it, but my family spent about $1,000 on my IKEA tables, and I've only got 6 in my city as presently constructed, but I've got another 3 yet to assemble, and they're more expensive than what they might otherwise would be, because I opted for the more expensive table legs so that I would be able to get myself clearance underneath each of the tables to be able to stack 2 of the orange storage drawer units underneath the table. So I went the more expensive route again because I was buying vertical space because I couldn't buy horizontal space. So there was a lot of math involved there. So when you do the math there, that's over $1,000 I invested in vertical space. I invested over $1,000. I invested more money in buying vertical real estate than the cost of this $1,000 Death Star. You give me the choice. Would I rather buy $1,000 worth of vertical space in my house because the air is free and it's easier to spend money to fill the airspace than it is to fill floor space? Would I rather have those 24 orange storage drawer units and 9 of those IKEA tables, or this $1,000 Death Star? I would rather have the drawers and the IKEA tables than this $1,000 Death Star. And we got some more people coming in, so let's see what they have to say. Hey Dusty, good morning, good to see you here. Also says I'm having saying hello. No, I can't afford to go to Brickvention because I'm saving up money for I'm saving up money for new furniture, and also I was late for applications again. So woe is me. Other people saying, "Oh, you're doing your application right now." Yeah, I didn't have photos, and it was just going to be too much of a logistical nightmare. So I'm not going to Brickvention. And also, I'm also getting a little bit of travel fatigue, if I'm being honest. Trying to balance travel with managing my Lego collection and grad school, and the stuff I've got going on with my my family, because my family has exciting projects that we've been doing, and I've been enjoying what I've been doing with my social media, so that takes time, and I've been enjoying binge watching my friends, so that takes time, and so I've had to make some sacrifices along the way, which includes only uploading one video a week, not two videos a week, like what I was doing while I was on semester break. I was like, there's no way I can continue to do two videos a week while I'm at grad school. So what are other people saying? General says, have the challenge be, can you handle each of the Death Stars dropping on you? I don't know the weight of the Death Stars, so that would probably be the operator in the expression. Team B's waiting on approval for Brickvention. Hello, Hoarder. Good to see you here, buddy. Another one of my fellow Star Wars bros says, I already have all the dioramas. Maybe I should sell them and buy this to get the extra figs. And Johnny's back. I think Johnny's driving. No, as I've said for almost 2 hours now, I will not be buying the $1,000 Death Star, because I would rather clear out a large percentage of inventory on my Bricklink wanted list. And granted, I would probably have to spend over 1,000 Australian dollars to clear out my Bricklink wanted list. And what's actually, let's see what the exchange rate is right now. 1,000 US dollars to Australian dollars. So right now, and it's actually come down ever so slightly, which means either our economy has gotten slightly better over the past month, or the US economy has gotten slightly worse. It's either one of those two. Right now, 1,000 US dollars is trading at 1,534 Australian dollars. I would have to probably spend more than that if I wanted to buy everything on my Bricklink wanted list, which is why I've held off making Bricklink orders, and is why I've been crossing off some of the pieces I wanted to buy. I looked up and was able to find them on the pab wall at my local Lego store instead. So shopping at pab rather than Bricklink, more specifically, I should clarify, shopping at the pab wall has saved me money from my Bricklink wanted list. Horta says, drop a bunch of brown bricks on the table and say you built Alderaan post Death Star. That's funny. That's really funny. If you know, you know. So Dusty's name is the Death Slither. I thought there was a Death Silver. So let's go over some of the names that people have come up with for this. Going to go back to the top because we've gotten a lot of names. Some of them are descriptive, others are jokes. And so the two names I've come up for this is the Death Ass and the $1,000 and the $1,000 ass cheek. Those are my two names. The Death Ass and the $1,000 ass cheek. But some of the names from people in chat, Stud Sidious says the Diorama Star. Cheap Ass Bricks says $1,000 wall organizer. Silent Mode says the Death Stud. Yeah, I'm just scrolling through all of the comments. Yeah, so another question we posed is, would you rather have 5 of the Milky Way wall art sets or one of the $1,000 Death Star? That was another question we posed. People were talking about other multiples of sets. Johnny G says the Star Wars circle. Scott says the UCS cheese wheel. YOLO X says the death wheel. Joseph says the flat star. Johnny also says the star pizza. It's a coin. It's a trap. People were talking about some of the minifigures. We also briefly talked about how I like what they're doing with the buildings in the Spider-Man sets, and then I complained about how overpriced the new Star Wars wave is. Some people started talking about Star Trek, and I think there's a lot of potential in the new Star Trek theme. And Hive did confirm he'll be sharing his thoughts about the $1,000 Death Star on Pure Rant Fury in 3 hours. And I think that was all the names before the latest name. Yeah, the Death Slither. So a bunch of people in chat have come up with their own names for this set. So if it wasn't painstakingly obvious, I will not be buying this for a litany of reasons. And if anyone wants to go back and listen to those, yes, and General said the Death Roomba. I must have skipped over that, but thanks for reminding me about that. We want to skip out on anyone's creativity. Yeah. So those were the names of the people, and my names is the Death Ass and the $1,000 ass cheek, because a half sphere looks like what's on the sides of people's glory holes. Yeah. So we're at 2 hours now. If anyone has any more thoughts, we can keep on going. I've pretty much said everything I wanted to say about the $1,000 death Death Star. So as long as people are contributing to the conversation, I'm happy to keep on going. Dusty says yes, just need wheels and a motor. It already sucks. Badum crash. You know, I've been binge watching Briggsy's videos from when he moved in to his warehouse up until as of 11 months ago. I'm trying to catch up the last 2 years of his videos. I already finished catching up. I will. I already caught up a year, so I got 11 months worth to watch, and hopefully I'll be able to watch that 11 months plus the next um, September, October, November, December, plus the next 4 months of his videos that are only about the city update. I don't care about all of the other shit videos he uploads. I only care about city updates. I'm a sucker for city updates. Hopefully, I'll be able to get through all of that by watching his city updates daily, and at the end, it'll probably take me watching multiple of his city updates daily just to get through it, because that's how I am committed to doing all of this shit. uh, yeah, everyone. Some people have 99 problems. He's got 37 problems. because I because he has done a lot of questionable stuff and he has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But I've said it once and I'll say it again. You can like the art while also not liking the artist. Because if you go onto Twitter X and see what people have to say about um about J.K. Rowling versus what they say about Harry Potter, yeah, that's a whole can of worms. And so I encourage anyone that has an opinion about anything we've talked about today or anything else that's contemporary Lego news or anything else Lego that really grinds your gears. I am your metaphorical shoulder to cry on. You can lay all of your opinions on me because I love talking about my opinions, and I like engaging with other people's opinions. General says, I wonder if Lego ran him under the skids for complaining about his job. Well, that might have been a byproduct of his whole probation scandal, which he he spun his probation scandal positively, because he straight up said, well, now that I'm on probation, that'll give me more time to focus on my Lego City, which, as someone who only cares what the fuck he does with his city, that was music to my ears, because all of the shit he does with LAN, I don't give a fuck about. I only care about his city updates as much as I care about Mr. Boogie Boo or Preston Builds or whenever Alex Nunes does videos about his city. Right now I'm binging what Shadow City is doing with their Lego City. There's this guy called Let's Talk About Lego. I've been binge watching their city. I binge watch every city update that Macrobricks ever made before we stop uploading city updates. There's a sleuth of city builders on YouTube. Oh, and also Robin Hood bricks. That's another one. I'm actually caught up. I was about 6 months behind on Robin Hood Bricks' city updates for a while, but when he was when he moved his city into his garage. But I've been caught up with him for the past 2 months now. And so you could have a city update on YouTube that's 9 years old, like what is the case with Mr. Bookyboo. And I met Mr. Bookyboo at Brick World Chicago. We traded sig figs, and he gave me one of his branded stickers, which I have on a billboard in my Lego City, and you'll see that in all of the city updates I've done for a while now, and I need to do stuff for what will be the August Lego City Mayo City update next weekend. This weekend I'll be focused on grad school because I've got an assignment that's due in the middle of the week, which is why I'm trying to get all of my Lego viewing done right now, and any interaction with streams right now, because second half of the day I'll be knuckling down reading a whole bunch of shit for my first assignment of the second semester. Yeah, what are other people saying? So Joseph says, that's no moon, it's an ass cheek. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of memes we can make out of this. Team B says, how long would I need to catch up on every Robin Hood video? How many years behind are you? Or how many months behind are you on Robin Hood Bricks? Because Robin Hood Bricks averages about half an hour per city update. And personally, he doesn't do a lot of dedicated city updates, but practically all of his mock projects are stuff for his city. So I lumped that into my viewership, like how when Jang had more time to make his mocks 8 years ago, he would make videos about his mocks and talk about, yes, I'm gonna put it in this spot into my city. And sometimes when he completed a mock, he would show himself putting it into his city. And so and when people make videos about their mocks, which are meant to go in a spot in their city, I say city updates, but I also mean that kind of content. Yeah. So if the average human is awake for 16 hours per day, if Robin Hood Bricks averages about half an hour per mock and or city update, because he's done a bunch of 23-minute videos, he's done a whole bunch of 37-minute videos, so I think it evens itself out over time. That's of the average humans 16 hours awake per day. That's the equivalent of about 32 Robin Hood Bricks videos. But you're not spending... Well, I would imagine the average person these days, with the way that the world... Well, with what the world has come to, the average human probably spends, I would say, 2 hours of screen time per day now. So for that average, you could watch about 8 Robin Hood Bricks videos per day, and that is if the only time you looked at a screen was for watching a video, you might be writing a document, you might be searching on the internet, and that cuts away from watching. So let's say the average Lego YouTuber at least tries to take an hour out of their day to watch YouTube. And that's assuming they're only watching video. Well, that's assuming that they're someone in the Lego community that is only watching YouTube videos about other people from the Lego community. Say you watch 2 Robin Hood Bricks videos per day, and Robin Hood Bricks uploads once per week on average, then that's 7 times 2. So if you really committed to something like that, then you could probably watch 14 Robin Hood Bricks videos for every time he uploads a new video. And so that one video per week then becomes compound viewership. If anyone knows anything about compound interest economics, you'll understand that. So do what you want to do with that math, but those were some of the things I was thinking about when I committed to catching up on his videos, and basically tenfold that with me trying to catch up with. Now I'm only 11 months behind on Brixie's city updates. I remember those times too. I remember those times. That was before he spun off his whole videos on its own channel, and I'm glad he did that, because I don't care about watching people's whole videos unless they talk about other things that aren't just their whole. Like when Briggsar uploads a whole video, he'll find other things to talk about that isn't the Lego he's buying in a video where he's talking about the Lego things he's buying, because he goes off on a bunch of random tangents, which is why so many people like Briggsar, which is one of the reasons why Briggsar is my god. Yeah. And also, hello Billy. Don't think I've seen you here before, so welcome to the mayohosko channel. It says that giant Lego cost twice what my car did. Yeah. And that's a fair statement. Oh, someone just messaged me on Messenger. I know a lot of people's car payments are $500. So put it into perspective, $1,000 Death Star, that's 2 car payments. A lot of people's mortgage payments are slightly less than $1,000. Also ask yourself that question. Would you rather buy the $1,000 Death Star or fall a month behind on your mortgage? These are tangible questions us Lego collectors should have to keep ourselves in line about how much money we're spending on Lego. That's why I try to limit the amount that I spend, because I need to pay money to my parents essentially as a rent payment with the checks I get. And I'm not going to talk about where I get my checks from, but I also want to have savings in the bank for a rainy day, and I need to have savings in the bank for if I want to travel to international conventions. So I go through a lot of exercises to make sure I get the most bang for my buck whenever I do allow myself to spend money on Lego, which is why I try to limit the amount of things I collect. And to be honest, it's easier to do that as a mock builder if you already have a sustained inventory with an infinite amount of ideas. Because if you have an infinite amount of ideas, say there's a mock that you like repeatedly building over and over again, but you don't have the parts to do that. That's kind of the wall I've run into with building minifigure habitats. I need to do more searching of my parts collection, the bulk I've got sitting in containers. I need to actively search through that to find more one wide bricks because I need to replenish the pieces. I need to build my minifigure habitats, which is why I haven't built a minifigure habitat in over a month, in almost a month now. So, and you would have seen that if you're following me on Instagram. The links to follow me on Instagram are in the description down below. Yeah, so that's why I haven't posted anything on Instagram in over 2 weeks now. Yeah, but these are real problems. And if you've got a family, and if you've got bills to pay, we all have priorities. Exactly. For some people, relevancy pays their bills for them because a select few people are full-time YouTubers. That's not my goal. My goal is not to be a full-time YouTuber. My goal is to eventually be in a place where YouTube AdSense subsidizes the small amount of sets I buy. That's my goal. My goal for career is to do something with cartography. That's my goal, which is why I'm in grad school right now. Team B says, so what are your thoughts in Brixie as at 11 months ago? My thoughts are the way he's built his mills plates. It's made it very easy for him to play some Jenga with his mills plates. He can never make up his mind about where he wants to place his buildings in the downtown core. He knows what to do with his beach. He knows what to do with his harbor. He doesn't know what to do with his downtown core. He doesn't know what to do with his country rural area because the mills plates he has there are very flexible compared to his beach and his harbor, which is pretty much in a fixed place. So he said in a bunch of his city updates that he plays Jenga in his city, and that is absolutely paramount with what I've been watching. Exactly, because right now I could go to. I'm pretty sure if I go to Brixie's channel, he averages about 45,000 videos, 45,000 views per video, which is why he's a full-time YouTuber. The AdSense he gets from uploading every day, 45,000 views per video. That was where he was able to quit his white collar job at a software company or something, which is why he flogs his whatnot so much, which is why he flogs his Amazon affiliates so much, because that's all part of the Brixie company. And the reason he founded the Brixie company is so that he pays corporate tax instead of income tax as a sole proprietor. The fact that he has enough capital to register his corporate entity as a company, that's evident of how much capital and content he deals with, because I'm not sure what the highest sorry, I'm not sure what the upper echelon for federal income tax is in Canada, but I was researching it earlier today. For Americans earning more than $600,000 a year, the federal income tax is 37%. And in states like California, with ridiculously high state income tax, there are athletes in Los Angeles playing for Los Angeles sports teams who, of their salary from the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, the National Hockey League, or Major League Soccer, in both federal and state income taxes, are paying the combined rate of 50% of their salary is going to income tax. And even if you're an athlete in a state with no state income tax, which is why athletes really like to play for sports teams in Florida and Texas, because they don't have state income taxes, even then, the average NFL salary is $2.72 million, which is greater than $600,000 per year, which means 37% of their salary goes to federal income taxes. So I'm not sure if the Brixie company in Canada, I'm not sure, because Brixie has never openly disclosed what is his yearly income from AdSense and commission and online sales. I don't think he's ever openly disclosed that information, because that's his private information. And I'm not sure what the tax brackets are in Canada. But if he chooses to pay a corporate tax because he founded the Brixie company, which means he's paying corporate tax, not operating as a sole proprietor corporate entity, for his situation, corporate tax must be cheaper than income taxes, which means, out of all people, I would suspect that Brixie would be a good contender for buying the $1,000 Death Star, because he's always flaunting his wealth with his haul videos. I spent $1,000 at the Lego store. I could totally see someone as narcissistic as Brixie flaunting his wealth by buying the $1,000 Death Star at the Lego store. I could totally see him doing that. That is the number one person I could think of in the Lego community who would buy the $1,000 Death Star. That, out of everyone I know in the Lego community, that is by far the number one candidate. Now, what does that say about Brixing? I don't know, and I'm not going to speak for anyone else about what their opinions are. All I know is that I like his city updates, and I pretty much don't like everything else on his channel. I like his city updates, and that's about it. So what are people saying? General says, lol, does that mean if you keep bringing up 37, this company send me a cease and desist letter? Yeah, I have heard people talking about that before. I'm not sure what the law of that is. Well, Alex Nunes has documented a lot of information about LAN and has been highly transparent, and says that everyone in LAN gets to select 5 themes per year, and you're allowed to change which of your 5 themes are on a yearly yearly basis. So, for example, if you buy the modulars, and if you're in LAN, you're buying the modulars because the icons theme is not one of your 5 selected themes. So the people in LAN who are getting the modulars for free and other sets under the icons theme for free from LAN, they're getting it because the icons theme is one of their 5 themes. And I've seen people go back and forth between putting the DC theme or the Marvel theme on their list of 5 themes. And I know people that were that are always switching if they have the Marvel theme or the DC theme if they're in LAN as one of their 5 preferred themes, which means 1 year you might miss out on which means 1 year you might miss out on. Actually, I'm gonna fact check myself. When did the 1989 Batmobile come out? 1989 Lego Batmobile. What year was that? What year was that? What's the product information on here? Actually, go to Brickset. Brickset would probably have that information. We go to Brickset. When did the 1999 Batmobile come out? 2019. 2019. I'm going to search a Lego Marvel 2019. What was the biggest set for Lego Marvel in 2019? I wonder. They had a micro-scale version of the Avengers Tower. But the UCS Avengers Tower had come out yet. That would have been for years later. They had the Endgame sets. I'm just scrolling through. Okay. So here's an experiment. And this is perhaps a question for the chat. Would you rather have the 1989 Batmobile? And actually, what I'm going to see what Brickset listed that as its price. Lego 1989 Batmobile. What did Brickset list the retail price as? Looks like the retail price. Why don't they show it? Actually, that's weird. Brickset they didn't show the price. What's up with that? What's up with that? See what if Lego.com still lists the price there. Wonder if they still list the price. I'm going digging. Lego 1989 Batmobile. Lego.com. Do they still list the price? Do they still list the price? No, they don't. So if Brickset, they didn't list the price, and if Lego hasn't listed the price, does anyone remember what the price for the 1989 Batmobile was? Because if you had the choice between the 1989 Batmobile from 2019 and the and both the Avengers Endgame sets with all of the crappy Spider-Man sets. Actually, no. Hang on a minute. No. Here's the question. Would you rather have the 1989 Batmobile from 2019, or would you rather have the Avengers Endgame sets, which includes the compound battle, the Hulk helicopter rescue? You're getting a Hulk there, and the Avengers Ultimate Quinjet. Would you rather have those three sets, or would you rather have the 1989 Batmobile? Three of them are from Marvel, one of them is from DC, and those were the decisions that Alex Nunes was trying to make when he was tossing up whether he wanted Marvel or DC to be in his preferred 5 themes from Len. Because from the Marvel theme, we've gotten the UCS Marvel sets, whether it's the Daily Bugle, the Avengers Tower, the Sanctum Sanctorum, but also recently from the DC theme, we've gotten all the Bat Caves, we got the X Mansion, we're getting the Jokers, so not the Jokers, the Arkham Asylum that's coming out with. We got that cool Gotham City wall art. Like, those are all really good sets with good figures that people want to collect. And you have to make those kind of projections when you select your 5 sets that you prefer to get from LAN. And so I think when people say LAN, people will say people in LAN get all their sets for free. That's not entirely true. And Alex Nunes, I think, has done a good job at communicating that information to people like me, at least. Yeah, the number 37 will always be synonymous with Brixie for all the wrong reasons, and 37 will always be synonymous with Brigzar because that's just his favorite number, because it's a prime number, and his original channel was called J Olsen 337. So there's actually a lot of lore with the number 37 in the Lego community. Yeah, 37 is the number of products that he was complaining about having to review when he wanted to do his mocks. That's the price you have to pay or don't pay when you sign up to be a part of LAN. Everything isn't all hunky-dory for everyone who wants to, for all the simps who want to be like Brixie. Yeah, that's not the whole picture. It's one thing if you get a product that is an ass build and want to give it an ass review, that I'd expect and understand. But complaining that you gave a job to do, that's why I bring up 37. And that's why, in the context of Brixie, we will always laugh at the number 37. Everyone who knows and will always laugh at the number 37. I will always laugh at the number 37. And that's why I always joke, I got 99 problems and 37 ain't one. Team B, it was a Lego set in 2019. The price was too much. Yeah, probably. It probably was too expensive. Or this is Marvel over DC every time, unless we're talking about Captain Marvel or the Eternals. Yeah, those movies, or they got heat from the Lego community. But I don't think they're getting as much heat as the $1,000 Death Star. So here's a question. Would you rather have the crappy Captain Marvel and Eternal sets? No, sorry. Would you rather pay for the crappy Captain Marvel and Eternals Marvel sets that Horde is talking about? Would you rather pay for all of those sets? or would you rather pay for the $1,000 Death Star? We could just about compare any combination of Lego sets for price, value, a display ability, the minifigures, how well the set looks, how well it could be integrated into a Lego collection to the $1,000 Death Star. That should be the catalyst of almost every Lego comparison going forward when we complain about how every set is overpriced. There will be some people that will argue that the $1,000 Death Star is the most overpriced set of all time. Kind of like how I now say, after I've heard so many people talking about the Lord of the Rings Rivendell, argue that that's the greatest set of all time, and I think I agree with them. There's a lot of people who say that the UCS Millennium Falcon is the greatest set of all time from the 2017 version. Now there are a lot of people saying that the Lord of the Rings UCS Rivendell is the greatest set of all time. I'll propose the question to everyone in chat. Which of those two sets do you think is better? The UCS Rivendell or the 2017 UCS Millennium Falcon? I'd personally give the nod to Rivendell because I think it looks so eclectic, and I think the parts are better. They're more, and the build is more intricate. But the Millennium Falcon is such a classic. It's such a classic staple in moving history that you might go it from that angle. And depending on which Lego things you collect, you might have a bias one way or the other. So General gives the nod to Rivendell. And if anyone thinks that, and also as an optional question, if you prefer the UCS Rivendell or the 2017 UCS Millennium Falcon, do you think either one of those are the greatest set ever? Personally, I will say that, in my opinion, after hearing the opinions of a lot of other people, including trusted people that people universally trust in the Lego community, I personally think that the UCS Rivendell is the greatest set ever. But I remember, remember when it came out, people instantly said the 2017 UCS Millennium Falcon is the greatest, and I still hear people to this day who say that that's the greatest, and who knows, maybe in a few years people might say that the $1,000 Death Star is the greatest. There will be people until the end of time who will suggest other Star Wars builds should have been the $1,000 set. I think I would have much rather had a $1,000 Ewok Village. That's just my bias showing. I would have much rather have seen a $1,000 Ewok Village. I would consider buying a $1,000 Ewok Village. I am straight up not buying this $1,000 Death Star. I'm not buying it. I like the Ewok Village more than the Death Star. I think I like Mos Eisley's Cantina more than the Death Star. I like my favorite room, my favorite scene out of any Star Wars movie props is probably the conference room on the Death Star. But my affinity for the conference room on the Death Star does not put blinders on my eyes to think that this is a good set. Horda says Riverdale, which is the joke name for it, is awesome and better than the UCS Falcon and you're a Star Wars fanboy. See, because that's how good Rivendell is. The Falcon needs a full interior for me to even consider it. And the general says a Lego Luthorian would have been awesome, but that's a more vertical build. See, when it comes to sets, even half of the price, let's look at a $500 set, which some people spat out their coffee when we first got a $500 set. Gee, the UCS Falcon, the UCS 8080, and this $1,000 Death Star makes other UCS sets and some of the Marvel modulars and even the Ninjago modulars look like chump change by comparison. If the Enterprise is going to be $400, that better be just as good as the UCS Death Star, not this $1,000 Death Star. I'm talking about the 2016 $500 UCS dollar Death Star. Yes, I totally crapped out on that sentence. The 2016 $500 UCS Death Star, a $400 a $400 Star Trek USS Enterprise has to be that good. It better be just as good as the UCS sail barge. I don't think the sail barge should have cost $450. I think that should have cost $400 with the build for the Sarlacc pit and the desert skiff. You know, that set that cost what, 80 something US dollars? Really? You even for the $450 US price tag with the UCS sail barge, you couldn't include the desert skiff and the Sarlacc pit, you know, which are integral for the major scene which the sail barge is in. You couldn't have included that. But no, you're not going to include that in the build, and that set is $50 overpriced. It actually no, it's $500, so it's 20% over. No, sorry, wrong. I'm getting that wrong. It's 25% overpriced. That is crazy. It's crazy. I mean, we could complain about Lego's prices forever and ever, couldn't we? And which is exactly what people will do with the $1,000 Death Star. That's exactly what people will do. Order says, try show the Star Wars tax is easy when you place the 150 green Ninjago Dragon next to the 160 tiny turbo tank. You know, we can do that. I'll find those set and numbers so we can do it. I'll find it. Lego Ninjago Dragon. Yeah, I think it's the Guardian Dragon. The Guardian Dragon. So the Guardian Dragon, according to Hoarder, is $150. And I've seen almost every Ninjago fan say they like this. Almost every Ninjago fan I've seen in the community say they like this dragon, and if they had the money, they would buy it. So then there's some more math we can do about that. So 1,000 divided by 150. So that's 6.66. So would you? So here's a question. Another comp. Would you rather have 6 of these dragons or one of the $1,000 Death Star? Yeah. So Tron thinks it's epic. Just remember Star Wars First Wave. I have those. Yeah. What it says, I forget who it was, but someone already made a video on it. When I saw him side by side, made me want to scream. I know that Jang, when he reviewed the Juggernaut, he compared it to this and a whole bunch of other Star Wars toys, including some of the older Kenner toys, which was nice. That dragon makes me wish I was into Ninjago. I think that's how some of the people from ACOB felt when they got Titanium J on to talk about Ninjago and how they realized they were getting screwed over on the printings and the accessories for the Star Wars minifigures compared to what Ninjago fans get with the Ninjago figures. What about that price tag, Johnny? 400 sorry, 40,089. I'm not sure the context about that. Don't need to be into anything if one of the item from it is good. See, that's the approach I take, because I recently got the Captain Rex and Microfighter because I like the Captain Rex minifigure. I've got pretty much so that's a different equation. I buy a lot of gift with purchases, but I don't buy every. I try stick to the gift with purchases either based on vintage Lego or has some kind of foliage in it, like the African savanna, the tropical rainforest that had good foliage in it. And then stuff based on some of the vintage sets like the Blacktron Cruiser or the Magisto's A Magical Workshop. I really liked those. Not into not a Ninjago type, but there are some good Ninjago builds. That's how I felt about the Peacekeepers Village or something. I bought that with my own money because it had some good foliage and it had some good rock formations. I'm a sucker for terraforming like that, so I decided to buy that set because it had those two cool elements. And I enjoyed the build more than what I otherwise would have, because I allowed myself to get immersed in the build process of a Ninjago set. And if it wasn't for my friend who made me an offer I couldn't refuse to buy his entire Lego Ninjago collection, I wouldn't otherwise own the Ninjago City Gardens. And when I look at pictures of the gardens compared to all the other Ninjago modulars, I think the Gardens is the best out of the four. Out of the four Ninjago modulars, I would rank the Gardens 1. I'd probably rank the Welcome to Ninjago City 2, the Markets 3, and the Docks 4. Those would be how I would rank those. And if anyone else has their rankings for how they'd rank the four Ninjago modulars, let me know, and I'd be happy to talk about that. Agree, but I have limited space and cash, so if I buy that, I can't really do much with it unless getting other Ninjago sets. See, that's why when I bought my friend's Ninjago collection, I mainly bought it because of the Ninjago City Garden. So then I thought to myself, What can I do with these other sets? Well, if I take apart this mech and this car and this bike, maybe I can use these pieces to make some kind of Asian town, which is what I did. I refurbished the Monkey Kid a Megapolis set. No, sorry, the Monkey Kid City of Lanterns set. I meshed it with some of my other Ninjago vehicles that I used the pieces to turn them into buildings, because I'm more of a building guy than a vehicle guy. So I was able to retrofit those sets. I combined them with the Monkey Kid buildings, and I'll eventually do the same refurbishment I did with the Monkey Kid City of Lanterns to the Monkey Kid Megapolis set. I'll do those same conversions soon, probably in 2026, or maybe in December after second semester of grad school. Who knows? Combine them with Ninjago sets because I have them, so why not? And I had to use my imagination to make use of other sets, which I otherwise would not have known what to do with if I just kept them on its own. So there's lots of imagination you can have with Lego, and that's part of the magic of Lego, in my opinion. Dragon is so stylized that it can work with different things, not just Ninjago. Exactly, and that's probably my favorite thing about Ninjago, is how eclectic the Oriental architecture is. So eclectic. I did not like the build process because it was kind of too hard for me to handle the Ninjago City Gardens. I didn't enjoy putting it together, but it looks really good in my Lego City, as everyone sees when they watch my monthly city updates, which you can find in my Lego City playlist. If I'm not getting enough to do something with, I will spend the money elsewhere where I get more use out of it. Exactly. That's prioritizing what Lego we buy based upon our needs in the current time, which is why I really enjoy going to the Pabwall and buying bricks that are in my Bricklink wanted list, because it's cheaper to do it that way. Was actually considering using the parts to make a beast for Star Wars. See, and there's Lego idea books by DK Publishing. They used to tell you to use parts from one theme to make mocks for a different theme, and Owen knows what I'm talking about. And to answer that question, Owen, I don't like Ninjago, like I don't like Star Wars, but I respect them. I respect what Star Wars has done for the history of movies, and I respect how eclectic the Oriental architecture of Ninjago is, and I'm glad I have the Ninjago sets that I have, and there's a reason why I've used my money to buy some Ninjago sets. I've put my money where my mouth is when I have bought Ninjago sets, because I have never gone to a store and bought a Ninjago car, plane, mech, dragon, or bike. I've only ever bought Ninjago playsets, because I'm a playset guy, not a vehicle guy. Which is why when Ninjago comes out with their modulars every so often, I am so glad that Lego has committed to turning that into a series. So glad. And really, the trailblazer for that was the 2015 AFOL-centric Temple of Ejitsu. That's one of the best value sets I can think of since the Lego movie came out. The Ninjago 2015 Temple of Ejitsu. Parts is where it's at. You buy and build sets, but breaking them down and building mocks is more enjoyable. Exactly. That's my philosophy as a mock builder. If I don't like a set, but it's a good deal, I'll buy it, build it once on camera, break it down later. You use the build, take the build experience as experience when I go to build my own mocks. And there's lots of imagination I have with turning mocks into sets. It's crazy. If you can't afford this, you can still get $20 Green Dragon, and that thing is pretty epic, pound for pound. Yeah, and that's something that you see with these themes. Lego makes sure to offer the same build in different scales, because they know that different people have a different budget when it comes to making sets. That's why they sell a polybag version of a Millennium Falcon. That's why they sell a micro fighter of a Millennium Falcon. That's why they sell a midi scale version of the Millennium Falcon. That's why they sell a minifigure scale of the Millennium Falcon and a UCS scale of the Millennium Falcon. 5 different price points for 5 different budgets from 5 different Lego customers. And some people have enough money in their pocket where they can buy all 5 scales. Tron says, a few years ago, bought a set and didn't build it, immediately putted out for mechs. No, sorry, for mechs. For mocks. It was a Ninjago set. See? There's good pieces in Ninjago sets, like how I find there's good pieces in Friend sets and Speed Champions. I will always thank Friend sets, with the Friends designers, for challenging the Lego City designers to get better, which they did. And I will always thank the Speed Champions theme for adding more curved elements to the Lego parts inventory. Yeah. Well, we're coming up on 3 hours now, and we've had sustained conversations, which has been really good. So, once again, would you rather buy 6 of these Ninjago dragons, or would you rather buy 1 of the $1,000 Death Star? It all comes full circle. It all comes full circle. So, General would rather buy 6 of the Ninjago dragons. Hoarder would rather buy 6 of the Ninjago dragons. I wonder what Owen would say. I wonder what Johnny would say. Who else was out there? Not sure if Team B is still here. Maybe they're getting some lunch right now. Maybe they're lurking. Yeah. So Billy says, I will slowly spend $1,000 on used Lego at a thrift store and clearance Lego at retail. As a mock builder, I kind of do the same thing. Except I substitute the thrift store for the pab wall, because there's not a lot of thrift stores in my area that sell bulk Lego. Exactly. I think a lot of people will agree. Um, will agree with Billy. Clearance always wins. Yeah, so Team B is out there lurking. Hope you're now having a good afternoon because it just ticked over to 12 p.m. in your time zone. I'm not sure which state Johnny is in, because if he's driving for business, he could be in in any state right now. He could be in his state, could be in my state. He could be in one of the towns in Northern Territory, Western New South Wales, Eastern Western Australia. He drives a lot for his work. I'm just checking on my gaming, and I'm going to take a water sip for 10 seconds until anyone adds more to the conversation. So what I will do now, actually, is because we still got 8 people here. We've been fluctuating between 6 and 9 for the past half hour. I'm going to give y'all a sneak preview, and now we just we bumped up to 11, dropped down to 8. See what the fluctuations are like. Well, this isn't going to hold itself. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my laptop on my bed head, and I'm going to get some Lego out on my bed, and I'm going to show you some of the big sets I bought. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen, and I'm going to put myself back on the full screen. There's my bed. So I'm going to get some of the big sets, and I'm going to give people in chat right now a teaser of some of the sets that I bought. And I'll have more details about some of this stuff in my haul video, which I am uploading in 2 days. So we got the Lego Friends, Heart Lake City apartments and shops. We got that. We got the Lego Friends Community Center. Well, we got the scaled up / upscaled racing driver minifigure. We got the Nigel Mansell Formula One car with a whole host of gift with purchases, another small friend set. But I want to briefly show these 2 brick heads. We got the inside out brick heads and the up brick heads. So this Lego on my bed and a set that I'm keeping in the shipping box until December all cost me more than 1,000 Australian dollars. All cost me more than 1,000 Australian dollars, not 1,000 US dollars, which is what the $1,000 Death Star is going to cost. And I would much rather have just these sets on my bed right now than the $1,000 Death Star. I would have this assortment of sets, not even including the gift with purchases I got for buying these sets. I would rather have everything you see on my bed right now, just these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets, which probably cost slightly above, I'll estimate about $500 US. I think for the way I collect Lego, I would get more enjoyment out of these 6 sets than if I buy the $1,000 Death Star, which I'm guessing it will cost about 1,700 Australian dollars here. Because this cost me 250 Oz. This cost me 250 Oz. This cost me $80 Oz. This cost me $100 Oz. This cost me $30 Oz. This cost me $30 Oz. And you can convert that all to US dollars for my Americans watching right now. I'm going to put these sets back. So that is my in-hand comparison of what I would rather buy. That is my combination of sets that I would prefer to own more than the $1,000 Death Star. So I bet y'all were wondering what was up with what I put in the title. The original intent was to talk about the sets I've bought that are not even worth $1,000 combined, and the other intent was if people in the chat suggested combinations of sets that would get to $1,000, which the chat was successful at. So I'm glad I was able to facilitate that engagement today. I'm going to clear some of my tabs. And we got 39 votes on the poll. That has to be my best performing poll ever. So right now, the no vote is at 77%. The maybe vote is at 5%. And the yes vote is at 18%. So we can run those odds. So we can run those numbers through. So 18% out of 39. So 39 times 0.1. No, that's wrong. 39 times 0.18. So that means that 7 people have voted yes. We know one of those 7. We don't know the other 6 because they've chosen to stay anonymous. So what's everyone saying? Hoarder says, need to do a better job of checking Target for clearance. Got some great deals before. Yeah, I always see people talking about during clearance season when they go to their local Walmart and Target and are able to find sets more than 40% off. That's the deep clearance, and those are the locations most likely in a bad neighborhood is where you find the best clearance on Lego, because there's not a high turnover of expensive products at those store locations. Hoarder says, want the friend set, lots of great parts in there. Exactly. Because just about the only substitutions I make with friend sets nowadays is the colors. Because I'm a vintage guy. I'm an A-fool, a fan of old Lego. So if there's pink, I substitute it for red. If there's orange, I substitute it for yellow. If it's a bright green, I substitute it for regular green. If it's purple, I substitute it for blue. If it's black, I keep it the same. If it's silver, I'd most likely substitute it to black. If it's tan, I most likely substitute it to white. If it's grey, I'll keep it as grey. If it's brown, I might be tempted to substitute it to black as well. So there's some very simple color swaps I do, and with what I want to do continued with my Main Street set. Will not buy the Death Star, but I would buy the figs if they are leaked from Mexico. Said to say that is where I'm at, yeah, with this whole thing. And those kind of business practices is part of the reason why Lego is trying to move American Lego manufacturing from Mexico to Virginia, specifically for the American market, not the North American market, the American market. Because and Lego was building the factory in Virginia before the tariffs swept the nation. So Lego actually got out on Front Street and had already planned to move American operations to the US before anyone knew about potential tariffs. So good timing from Lego for once in their life. Good timing. Hello, Contra. Good to see you here. We've been complaining about this shitstorm all day. So if you have any thoughts about the $1,000 Death Star, we'd be glad to hear it. And if anyone wants to go back and hear my thoughts from the last 3 hours about this and other Lego sets in comparison to the $1,000 Death Star, this live stream will be available on the replay. So do you have any thoughts about this $1,000 Death Star, Contra? Also, we got the poll going on right now. Just got to 40 votes, and 77% of people have voted for no, which I predicted more than 70% of the vote would be for no, and exceeded my expectations because it's north of 75. But I was not expecting there would be more votes for yes than maybe. I gave people an out with maybe. Yeah. And yeah. And we've all come up with our pet names for the Death Star. Tron's pet name is the Death Roomba. We've also had the UCS cheese wheel, the $1,000 wall. What did Cheap Ass say? Yeah, the $1,000 wall organizer. We've had the Death Circle, the Death Pizza, just to name a few. And my two pet names. If you know anything about erotic bakeries, you'll understand my two pet names, which is the Death Ass and the $1,000 butt cheek. No, sorry, not butt cheek. The $1,000 ass cheek. $1,000 ass cheek. The death ass. Yeah. Contra says, just got home, seen you had this set to be on. My thought is it should have a front on it so it opens up to make it a full complete star. Yeah, so kind of like what they did with the shadow box set. How it's a box and you can open it up. I think some people would argue that if they had a spherical door in front of this, either the ball would have to be smaller, or God forbid, the ball would have to be more, or this set would have to be more expensive. So that's another debate people might get into. Would you rather have paid the extra money for not even a full sphere with full interior, but what if half of the sphere was kind of like the way they built the 2005 Death Star that Owen said that he owns? What if they just made half a sphere door, and so you get interior for just half of the sphere, kind of like what Contra suggested? Because for some people, this will look awkward not being a full sphere. Yeah. May have to use the two previous Death Stars to make up the back and front of it. Yeah, and that's something that people were complaining about with the 2008 UCS Death Star and the 2016 UCS as a Death Star, because they were more play models rather than display models. Because the 2005 Death Star looks more complete because it has the walls on all sides, but the 2008 and 2016 versions are playable because they don't have the walls on all sides, and so therefore you can fit the minifigures inside of the build. There's a lot of different compromise that comes to designing these sets. And also, Contra, you might enjoy the past hour and a half when we were comparing some of the Ninjago sets to the Death Star, and there were people saying in chat they would rather have 6 of the new large green dragons than one of the $1,000 Death Star. There's a lot of comparisons, and me personally, I would rather have 2 of the Ninjago City Gardens than one of the $1,000 Death Star. Here's another comparison, because I own 3 of the neoclassic Blacktron Renegades. I'm going to search the American price of the Blacktron Renegade. So it's $100 American for the Blacktron Renegade. Me personally, I would rather own 10 of the Blacktron Renegade, the neoclassic re-releases, than I would rather own 10 of those than one of these. Horder says, M&R brought up the point that if it was rounded on one side, that you can only display it on a shelf one way or the other, and so you will only get half the value of it, at any given time. Exactly, because do you want to go for a bigger diameter with only half a sphere, or do you want to go with a smaller diameter but a full sphere? You kind of have to pick your poison if you're going to lock yourself into a $1,000 Lego set. That can't be emphasized enough. This thing cost $1,000. 1,000. And so, exactly, you're right, and M&R's right with the scaling issue, and whether you want it to be, and whether you value the completeness or the ability to interact with the 38 figs inside of the set, which it should have been 14, not 38. And some people have complained that there should have been a better variety of the figs in this set. There's so many compromises they made for this. Yes, it will probably. I'm guessing this will be $1,700 in Australia, and I'm guessing it will be. I'm guessing it will be 1,400 Canadian dollars, and I think it was confirmed that this will cost 800 Great British pounds. I think they did confirm that somewhere. 800 Great British pounds. Or it says it's not a bad set. It's just a rehash of all the diorama sets we all just paid $1,000 for, and then on top of it, the figs should be better. Yes, if you're a minifigure collector, they'll have their own complaints about the minifigure selection in this set. One of my pet peeves is the room at the very top of this set, how it's just R2-D2 just sitting there in a blank room. Like, they couldn't have even put a build for some mouse droids in here, of which I said earlier in the stream, the mouse droids are my favorite of the Star Wars robots, more than the astromechs, more than C-3PO, BB-8, K2SO, Droideka. I like I'm a sucker for the mouse droids. It's a weird thing in the Star Wars universe to be a sucker for, but I confess I'm a sucker for the mouse droids. Partially because of how ridiculous and tiny they are. Yeah. Hello, Darth Ahsoka. Don't think I've seen you here before, or at least not in a while, so it's good to see you here. There's a lot of reasons to complain about the price of this set. And many people have justifiably complained about the price of this set in the past 3.5 hours. I don't like the price of this. I think if they already set the price at $1,000, me personally, if I can roughly, actually, I think there are some size dimensions somewhere online. I think someone did post some size dimensions. Screen Rant even talked about it. Yeah, so it's gonna come with 900. No, so it's gonna come with 9,023 pieces. Really? They couldn't have even made this a 10,000 piece set It's only slightly above 9,000 pieces. Not even 10 cents per piece. Yes, 10 cents per piece is a flawed metric, but it's a baseline metric. I don't like to use price per piece as the baseline for how I determine value, but really, this $1,000 set couldn't even come with 10,000 pieces. Really? Come on. Screen Rant talked about it. IGN talked about it. What does IGN have to say? Yeah. So it seems like these people are all referencing a Twitter X user called @FlyGuy. At FlyGuy on Twitter X. So if anyone is on Twitter X, I would suggest checking out at FlyGuy. I'm trying to see if there's some measurements that got leaked for this. Let's just still talking about the rumors because they're months old. No, that's a Beyond the Brick post from a year ago. Actually, let me go back into my search history. No, not this. Let me go back into my search history and see if I can find it. From what I got up here 3 hours ago. Some of these leaked images are bad quality. But if I can barely make that out, I think I can see the makeout of 70 something centimeters, and it looks like 37 inches. I think I can make that out. So you're talking slightly more than 3 base plates wide. This could have easily been I would want this to be 4 base plates wide. Okay. Hello, Chris Emolston, coming up in here with some dimensions. Don't think I've seen you here before, so it's good to see you here. Welcome to the mayohosko stream. 76 centimeters tall. Okay, that must be the measurement I was making out. So we'll take that 76 centimeters, which we use here in the metric system here. So that's about. So if my American friends say that a 32 by 32 base plate is 10 inches, then that means 76 centimeters. That's almost 30 inches. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for the $1,000 Death Star to be 4 base plates wide. You could have made the diameter 30% larger. That might have added more to the value. Actually adding more than 40 minifigures, that would have increased the value. But no, there's a bunch of shortcuts that the designers took. Yeah. So Chris said, "What the hell is the grey thing on the plaque between the Gallon? Between Gallon and Krennic? Everyone I've seen cover the set just glances over it." If we zoom out to see the full picture, where you can see the plaque There's a weird. I don't know what that gray thing in between them is. It might be some kind of a computer screen or something. It's hard to make out with those pictures. Yeah. Still a big nope. Ahsoka said, I had a look online and found one of the old ones for the same price. Yeah, that's because old Lego increases in value. Because according to all of those 12-year-old news articles that asked the question, is Lego worth more than gold? Well, yeah. Have a good one, Hoarder. Thanks for all of your thoughts. Always glad to talk about Star Wars with you, buddy. A lot of people don't think that this should be on the market, and to an extent, they do have a point. I've seen other people say that they should have gone with something else that wasn't the Death Star. I would have preferred $1,000 Ewok Village. I just want them to re-release the Ewok Village. I would much rather $1,000 Ewok Village than $1,000 a Death Star. You know, the build from Lego Star Wars that has a UCS set that you can buy right now. You can go to the Lego store and buy the UCS version of the Death Star right now. You can't buy the Ewok Village right now. You can't do that. Contra says, what's the name of that white set that's in this new Death Star, V-Wing, or the big version of it? I call them the Smooth Baby. That build I damn so sure love want to have. Think it's the Imperial Shuttle, and the composition of it inside of the hangar is designed to trick people, to make you think that the hangar is bigger than what it actually is. It's about 3 foot high or 4 foot high in base plate width height. Damn, it's big. It is big, but people like me will argue it should have been bigger. If they added it fully round and fold out, then it's worth it. Yeah, there was a lot of compromises they made with this set, and almost all of the compromises I do not agree with. Almost all of them I do not agree with. And I know everyone has complained about different parts about this, whether it's some of the minifigures, whether it's some of the design choices, whether it's what they put in, whether it's the rooms of this. But after this stream, I think my biggest complaint with this, honestly, is not the price, is not the composition and staging of these pictures. It's not the fact that the barrel for the laser dish doesn't go into a proper reactor. It doesn't look like it actually goes anywhere that would produce the particles meant to create the laser that spins out of there and shoots and blows up Alderaan. I think my biggest complaint, honestly, and I was not thinking about this before I did this stream, my biggest complaint with this is the room at the top. R2-D2 is just standing there with nothing else, doing nothing. R2-D2 is just taking up space there. He is doing nothing. There's no other detail in that room. They couldn't have even put a couple mouse droids in there. Nope. It's just R2C So R2C2. No, it's just R2 just chilling there, doing absolutely nothing. Is he taking an oil bath? Is he having a meeting of the minds with Princess Leia? Can't be doing that because Princess Leia is in one of the other rooms here. So they weren't going to make multiples of Princess Leia because you either got to have Princess Leia in the scene. I'm gonna swing from the chandelier with Luke in that room, or you have the scene where they're trying to escape from the trash compactor, or you have the scene where she's in the conference room seeing them blow up Alderaan, or you have the scene where R2D2 is giving her the plans, and they chose other routes. So R2D2 is just there, and you're right, Ahsoka. He's just probably trying to avoid Vader at all costs because Vader knows that the plans. Well, if R2 is trying to hide from Vader while R2 is on the Death Star, that means that R2 has the Death Star plans inside of him right now. Because if R2 didn't have the Death Star plans, then he wouldn't be fearful of Vader. He would be confident knowing the plans were in good hands. But no, he's just sitting there doing nothing. And it just becomes a useless room. And other people have complained about some other useless rooms in this set. Which is why my favorite pet name out of everyone that has suggested a pet name for this controversial set was within the first half an hour of this stream when cheap ass bricks. Where was it? Oh damn it! Where was it? I'm scrolling back to the start of the chat. Yeah, when cheap ass bricks called this the $1,000 wall organizer. That's the funniest comment I've read this whole time. The $1,000 wall organizer. And he called it a horrible set. It's still that I'm gonna remember that forever. The $1,000 wall organizer. My two pet names for this is the Death Ass and the $1,000 Ass Cheek. Because if you know anything about erotic baking, then a half a sphere is like that, and this $1,000 Death Star is half a sphere. It's half a sphere for $1,000. Cannot be understated. $1,000 for half a sphere. Oh boy. And after this stream, I will have exhausted every opinion I have about this set, and anything I say after this stream will either be new information presented by other people talking about this, or it will be me regurgitating everything I've said in this stream just in other places throughout the LEGO community when other people talk about this set. the $1,000 wall hanger. I think we're going to cap this at 4 hours. I've gone long enough. Well, I've come this far. I think I'll call it a day when we get to 4 hours. I accidentally just left the studio, so I'm going to have to share this picture again. That was clumsy on my part. Okay, let's get this full screen again, and we're going to zoom in so that you don't see the ugliness of the plot. There we go. So useless. Not even the trench wanted anything to do with it. Yeah, they didn't build a trench on the paneling. Not even a micro scale trench or anything. They didn't put any of the TIE fighters as a micro scale. They didn't put the X-wing as a micro scale running through a micro scale trench. They didn't do that. And for $1,000 set, you might expect that they would have. Because when people were talking about the rumors about this, I was like, any expectation someone has for this is completely reasonable if this is going to be $1,000. And if people expected to see some kind of reenactment of a trench run on the outside of this set, that is a reasonable expectation, because this is $1,000. And the fact that there's no reinterpretation of a trench run on this $1,000 set is another one of the shortcomings of this set. There's no trench run. There's no well, they already got the throne room for the Emperor, so they couldn't really do the room where the Emperor tries to convince Luke to come to the dark side, and where Luke has his duel with Vader. I at least like what they did with the conference room. And hey Mopo, so what's sad, this set or this stream? Because I think people have the right to feel sad about this set, especially if it's going to cost $1,000. So many shortcomings for this set. So much potential that the designers, they did not execute with this set. And I am not as qualified to talk about this as other people, but I still am a Lego collector who knows value when I see it. And for $1,000, I think this set is overpriced. And I think that 99% of people who collect Lego can agree that this set is overpriced. For what it is, I think it would have been more fair if it was $900. If it was only $50 more than the UCS 8018. If it was only $100 more than the UCS Millennium Falcon. If it was only $200, actually, what was the Razor Crest? Lego UCS Razor Crest, US dollars. Okay, so yeah, if it was only $300 more than the UCS Razor Crest, if it was only $400 more than the UCS Sail Barge. Hello, Hobby Hooligan. Good to see you here, buddy. It would be good brick fod art for building a few good old grain train cars. You know it. You know it, buddy. You know it. Yeah, because if I somehow got my hands on this $1,000 a Death Star, I would try and convert it to the slums of Coruscant, because I much prefer the slums of Coruscant than the Death Star. Coruscant is my favorite planet because it's a metropolis and I'm a Lego City guy. So are those your thoughts about the $1,000 Death Star? Is that it's only good for it? Is that the design is so bad that the only good thing about it is that you can salvage the grey pieces for building other greying things? Because that's a valid opinion that I could see some people making with all the weird and strange design decisions for the interior of this. And even as I've said, the exterior has its own problems with the angling of the curvature. Why did they do it at 20-degree increments? I would have much preferred to see 10-degree increments. Lego could have used clip hinges instead of slopes to get 10-degree increments instead of 20-degree increments, in my opinion. Tron says, if I was gifted this, and believe me, that's the only way I'm getting it, because I'm not spending that sort of money, but if I am gifted, I won't even be able to instant part out. Yeah, because this could be a mock builder's dream if you were a Star Wars builder and you could get good use out of the pieces in this, or if you're a city builder, I think you could get good use out of this, because pretty much the platform is already there, and that's a double entendre. Hobby says, would love to see a rebrickable of this set as a train. Yeah, that would be really funny. Especially with those Canadian National grey hoppers. Or some of the BHP grey hoppers we have here. Or I think CSX has some grey some grey hoppers. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna cap this stream at 4 hours. So we got 11 more minutes for people to give their opinions or shoot the shit. So Johnny says $400 for the 89 Batmobile. So that must have been 400 Australian. So we can convert that to US dollars. 400 AUD to USD. Okay. So it was probably either a 200 or a 250 US dollar set back in 2019. So therefore, would you rather go back in time and have 4 of the 1989 Batmobiles? Would you rather have 4 of those, or would you rather have 1 of these $1,000 a Death Stars? So we have 45 votes, and 80% have voted no. 45 votes and 80% have voted no. And we got 21 likes. Thank you very much, everybody. 21 likes. Amazing. That's more than what I average these days. Out of 45 votes, 80% have voted no. Yeah. I'll most likely see you then too. Definitely get some nutrition. It's been fun talking with you for the past couple hours. Yeah, I'll most likely make a community tab, a post about it with a screenshot of the final results. Probably going to end the poll with 5 minutes to go in this stream, because we're just ticked over 3 hours 51 minutes, which is how 45 people have been able to participate in democracy, and 80% of the people have said that they will not be buying it, which definitely sounds about right. Especially when I gave the option for maybe. Oh, holy shit. I hate it when water goes down the wrong way. Holy shit. Ugh. Ugh. That took the wind out of my sails. And speaking of sails, I heard from somewhere that I heard from somewhere that the Black Pearl, which is getting re-released, that's going to be $400. So there's another question: would you rather have 2 of the upcoming Black Pearls, or 1 of the $1,000 Death Star? And I'm sure there'll be people who watch this stream on the replay and answer my questions in the replay game. And who knows, maybe someone might be daring enough to answer each of my comparison questions one by one, if they're that serious about their thoughts about the $1,000 Death Star. Because about an hour ago, sorry, slightly more than an hour ago, I showed off a bunch of sets that I bought from Lego.com that are worth probably about 1,000 Australian dollars, but nowhere near 1,000 US dollars. And I would rather have those than the $1,000 Death Star, because I think for the way I build with Lego and the way I collect Lego, I would get more enjoyment out of them now that they're in my hands and I actually chose to buy them, than the $1,000 Death Star. And there's 2 ways you'll see what those sets are. Either you can go back and watch this stream on the replay, or you can look forward to my whole video, which will come out in a couple days. And to be precise, it'll come out in 42 hours and 6 minutes. Hobby says, oh yeah, the Black Pearl 2 times that Waby can part out one out and get any gift from loving community. Exactly, because if you know, you know. If you know, you know. which is why whenever I talk about Star Wars, I use a combination of, in my opinion, the greatest Star Wars battle pack ever and my least favorite Lego set ever, which is the original Sith Infiltrator. I hate this set with a burning passion, and I've repeatedly gone over why I don't like the original Sith Infiltrator. So if you want to hear my thoughts about that, you can go watch some of my previous live streams. But whenever we joke about the Black Pearl, I have this on standby. So it's an interesting question. Would you rather own 2 of the upcoming Black Pearls or 1 of the upcoming $1,000 a Death Star? Interesting questions. Okay, so we're going to close the poll now because we've got 4 minutes to go. 44. So the final will be 48 votes of people who voted on it. 48 votes. 79% voted no. 16% voted yes. And 4% voted maybe. That is by far the most comprehensive poll I have ever done on any of my streams. A staggering 79% of people who voted on the poll in the live chat said that they will not be buying the $1,000 Death Star. 79%. Let that sink in. 79% said no. %79 said no. I'm just finding something. Yeah. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is, now that we're gonna wrap up this stream, I just want to say thank you for watching, everyone. It is appreciated. Thanks for sharing your thoughts about the $1,000 Death Star, and you can continue to leave me your thoughts about it in the comments of this stream after it is finished going live. And you can also reach out to me when I post the results of the in-chat poll about it, that I'll post probably sometime tomorrow. You can leave your thoughts about the $1,000 Death Star in those 2 places, either in the comments after this stream in the replay game, or the comments of the community poll community post about this in-chat poll I will be posting. So don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. Thank you for everyone who has tuned in today. I had a lot of fun sharing my thoughts. This stream performed well above my expectations. So thank you, Lego community, for being awesome, and I'm glad that I was able to provide an entertaining stream that attracted more engagement than what I otherwise do. And this was a raving success, and I'm glad I committed the time to do this today. Because I have now been, awake. I've now been awake for 21 and a half hours. I've been awake for 21 and a half hours. I'm all hopped up on Pepsi Max. I need to go relax. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'll see you on the next I'll see you on my next live stream And I'll see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. You can go and raid on over to Moments of the Magic using this link I'm posting in the chat right now. So go raid Moments of the Magic, everyone. Use this link to go raid Moments of the Magic. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for watching.